We are live. All right. And we're recording. I forgot until that moment. Minikin would kill me. It is Wednesday night, and we are streaming Satisfactory. So last night I had to end it a little early. I was a little bit tired. I think there's a little head cold going around or something. So I don't know how long we're gonna go tonight. The goal is 4 hours, but I don't know, man. I hit 2 hours last night and I freaking hit a wall. So I got some sleep last night, so I don't know, man. We'll figure it out. Ray is here, Bart G, and there he is. Yes, here I am. We got some viewers on Twitch as well. Real quick here, I forgot to queue it up, but I just want to talk about it, and then we'll move on. I have a bonus stream tomorrow. A bonus stream. So there's a big event happening. It's actually starting earlier than I can make it, but I can take off the second half of tomorrow's workday, and I'm going to be streaming in the middle of the day. So 1 p.m. PST, that's 3 p.m. EST. I'm going to start maybe a little earlier than that, if I can. The event will already be running in Ashes of Creation, so it's the end of phase 2 event. There's basically some big invasion or something, and there should be like GMs and stuff hanging around, and passing out skins and stuff. I'm not sure, so we'll see how it goes. It should be fun. I'm not max level, so I don't know, we might get our asses handed to us for 4 hours, but it ends at 6 p.m. my time, so the goal is about 5 hours messing around, and that'll be the last stream that we do for Ashes until phase 3 starts on the 26th. So this is tonight's stream, and then we'll have 2 more Satisfactories, and then kind of Ashes all week. I'm taking this week off of work, and then after that we'll only be really expecting Satisfactory on my Saturday nights, or your Sunday mornings, depending on your time zone. So big changes coming, and I'm looking forward to it. So there's enough of that. Hey man, it's been a bit. How's it going? Hey gamer programmer, and then OG Blaze Master, first time chatter on Twitch. Welcome. And Ian's here as well. So yeah, let's get started. Pick up where we left off. Yeah, we definitely kind of I was trying to get a certain amount of work done last night, and I was dying. Just hit usually that doesn't happen. Usually if I get a little tired, I can kind of push through, but I think it's just because there's a little head cold going around or something. So hopefully tonight, what we were in the middle of doing was trying to finish off all of the little pieces for the second copper powder tower. The first one is ready, and a lot of the second one is in. We just kind of have some leftover things to do. We got to put in the particle accelerators, and we need to put in the we got the elevators in, but we need to put in, and we got the flooring in, although that needs a little bit of work, the road work in the first floor. Yeah, allergies for sure, and I don't know, I was just tired. You know, sometimes you just get tired, even though I'd like to pretend I don't. My eyes better, maybe, we'll see. And then I figured also, while we were doing these particle accelerators, to just do all 4 of the towers, right? Because all 4 of these towers need them. And so I figured, well, let's just knock out all 4 towers particle accelerators now, because you know, I can kind of remember the pattern, right? Or I don't have to relearn the pattern every time. But this is basically what we're doing. This is, I couldn't even finish these 3. I was like, oh. So yeah, we're gonna fix this up. And then we're having power issues apparently. Let's see if we can fix that. This is the inside. This is looking very good in here. A lot of it is done, but we need to do a lot of catwalk work to connect the elevator here with the various blueprints. And then also we have to redo this as well. So we'll do that in a second too. Is this power not connected? Is this this has got to be not connected. Yeah, it's not connected. So where is some connected power? Are you connected? You are. I think all I need to do is really do that. Yeah, that's what we needed. Okay, cool. All right, let's get started. I am ready to rock. Yeah, the allergies are hitting you hard this week too. Yeah, it was just, you know, that was part of it for sure, but it was also just, I don't know. I was just tired. So 25 we want. So 25 minus 12 is 13. 13 this way is right there. I'm trying to make sure that the center coil right here, the center of the coil is 25 away from the outside edge of this curve. That's why I counted it the way that I did. Right there. I think I like that there. How did I do that here? Yeah, something like this. Then I didn't put anything there. We might put a barrier or something there to maybe clean that up. But I think that's fine for now. Hey, Oki Sooner, you're playing World of Tanks. Nice. In Soviet Russia, World of Tanks plays you. All right, so we're gonna go 25 minus 8 is 17. Yeah, if you guys want to ever see me like really rage out, like well and truly like lose my shit, I could play World of Tanks on the stream. Yeah, I don't know if anybody really wants to see that. You may think you do, but I do not think you do. Okay, nice. Although if I was playing on the stream, I would probably get like premium, because it'd be worth it to me then. And so it wouldn't be so frustrating. Free to play is frustrating in that game, at least for me. 25 minus 14 is 11. Right? Yep. The smaller tiers are fun, free to play, but if you know you want to like take it seriously on the higher tiers, it's tough. Something like that. At least for me. Maybe it's just because I'm not very good. COVID's hitting Ohio hard right now. I haven't heard anything like that. Do we think that this is still looking good and balanced here? Let's take a look. Yeah. I think those all match. Should be. Play Rust and try not to rage? Yeah, no. Was getting tired of getting bombed to hell. You pissed some clans off. Yeah, I. That's an interesting game. It takes an interesting mix of like patience and different kind of patience than this kind of patience, you know. Omega Vixens, can you do a super quick tour so my wife can see? Sure. I think we can. Here, let's go with the sunset purple color setup here. Basically dark. So the area that we're working on right now is these 4 towers, and these 4 towers are making 4 different parts. Not every tower makes its own part or anything, but think of it like one big factory that I'm chopping into 4 pieces, and it's gonna have a sky bridge running. Each set of towers are gonna have sky bridges running between them. They're all gonna kind of go like this, you know, this diagonal shape. So really this is like a complex of towers, and we gotten a lot of this in. Man, the music's really loud for me. Hold on. It's pretty good for you guys. This is loud for me. Yeah, this is coming in pretty well. And the insides here are also coming in. These blueprints and the road underneath we've worked on, and the teal building across the way is similarly has machines and have the things in there that we need. The purple buildings have a long way to go because these teal buildings had all the same, right? Each one of these is the same because we needed 40 in each building, right? For 80 total. These purples on the left and right need a wide variety of different blueprints, all of which we need to design. Okay, so there's a lot of work that's gonna go into that. But what we can do next is kind of run over and check out some of the rest of the city. Okay, Omega. Well, let's do this. We can check out one thing I was gonna do. Well, we can wait until maybe there's more people that want a little bit of a tour. But I was gonna head over to the pyramid, but it's all good. You're gonna blast to the desert? I was thinking of it, but maybe we'll put it off. Maybe we'll put it off. About getting bored after 3 hours? Well, at least my tour didn't last 3 hours. Maybe I should have jumped right into the Explorer here. All right. Ooh, you know what we can do real quick? Because I want to put in those particle accelerators for that last purple building. But let's do this. Unstaters here as well. After the autosave is done, let's bang away at this. Get rid of this. There we go. Hey, crush them. All right, so what we're doing right now is basically if you hit H and left click over and over and over again, you can extend the height of the elevator up indefinitely past its artificial height. And I just made a macro that hits H and left click over and over and over and over again. And every time you do, it increases it by 1 meter. So that's the trick here. And basically it just keeps rebuilding the elevator, hence all of the crap flying out of here. Maybe I should have done this. All right, now I'm gonna turn off the, I'm gonna do the rest of this by hand. All right, delete you. There's still something. Oh, this power. There we go. Okay, that works. Let's put the power back. I think it was running over here too, right? All right. Then let's do floor stop. Then we can get rid of this floor stop. All right. This is kind of our vanity exterior elevator, whereas this elevator is more the utility elevator. Love your work, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's coming together. All right, so that's a little project done. Let's head over here and put in the last 6 particle accelerators. Oh, speaking of which, we should probably set these. Let me run over here and remind myself. I think they're aluminums. I can't remember the percentage that we set. I mean chrome, not aluminum, chrome. 62.5. Is that right? We need all right, so we need 20. But how many do we have? We have 24. So 20 divided by 24. I think it's 0.83333. Not this. How did I get that wrong? Can you screenshot the macro in Synapse? Yeah. I just did recording, left click H, left click H a bunch of times. That's all. Just H, left click, and then I cleaned up the pauses at the beginning and the end, and then I set it to toggle continuous playback. So I hit a button and it just keeps doing it over and over and over and over again. Stop it. I don't want to rate you. If you make me rate you right now, it's going to be a thumbs down, bro. I don't think this is right. I think I made an error. I think this needs to be... So 0.833333 times 24 is 20. Four times 6 is 24, right? I'm not going crazy. All right, it's gotta be 83.333. I think this is right. All right, so let's back check the math. If we're doing 0.417 times 24, .008, and we need 10. So this is right. 24 divided by 20. Well, no, because that would mean if I would need to overclock if I did 24 divided by 20. Right? That would mean if I needed 24, but I only had 20. In my case, it's the opposite. I have an extra one. Right? We should only need 20, but in order to make it look even, I put 6 instead of 5 on each tower. So we have an extra. And because we have an extra, we get to underclock. So if I did 24 divided by 20, that'd be more than 1, and it would be an overclock issue. Unstater says, speaking of thumbs up, let's get those likes up. Nice. And then let's go back through here and what the heck? I didn't think I fell from that big of a height, but apparently I did. So Chrome. Oh, I accidentally turned the macro on. That macro is dangerous. Did you like the road I posted in Discord? It was my first time making a road design. Yeah, no, it looked good. I liked it. All right, that's set. You got a lot more pieces to make, though. You need to make inclines and declines, and you need to make intersections and, you know, or splits, depending on how you want to do it. All right. Well, let's figure out where our 25 is. So 13, 12, right? Let's get our light back here. Can you guys hear the helicopter? I don't know why there's a helicopter in my neighborhood. Don't like that. This. Okay. It's gone now. It's just making a pass. Okay. 11. So it's going to be 14. A little bit of a power availability of power issue. Okay. Uh, 11. Come on. There we go. Let's get in the chrome finish. And the paste. All right. How do you get them to shrink so tight the belt lifts? I mean, I've tried and they just don't do it. Like, do you mean like this one being inside the machine? Or do you mean like here? Some of the other stuff that I've done, I just haven't done it tonight. Like, so I do this kind of stuff all the time where, all right, so. My mouse buttons aren't working. Goes. Yay, we're back. So I do stuff like this all the time. One, two. So you gotta. I mean, this stuff. No. Feel free to ask questions. I need that. I want you guys to ask questions. I want to be interrupted. Yeah, so you have to work within the certain rules, okay? And the two, if you're going this way, you still need it to be only 2 off. Okay, 1, 2. Now you can shrink it this way, and you can shrink it this way, but you can't shrink it this way. All right, so let's try it again. You can shrink it. Green. You can shrink it green, but you cannot shrink it red. In terms of the placement of this pole. All right, so let me show you. What would be not shrunk at all? Not shrunk at all would be right here. Okay. Compare that to just building off of it. Right? They're the same. Now, I said we can shrink in these 2 directions. No matter what, we have to be 2 out. We cannot shrink in that direction. So instead of being out here, we can come right up next to it, go 1, 2, and then we can shrink it this way as well. Place here. And then it'll let you do the height, right? It'll remove the gap this direction, and it'll let you do how far it sticks in or away, right? On this, it'll let you, this direction, right? This direction. But you can't shrink this anymore. It's not odd at all. because it's where this is shrinkable. Now I could put something on this. Okay, you have to begin the point of the lift at a certain spot. Okay, it'll snap to this splitter. All we're doing is taking advantage of the snapping properties. Okay, you have to start the lift at a defined location. If you try to define this location other than, right, if you try to define it here, it can't snap because it is not lined up horizontally here, right? Vertically, it'll change the snap, and from a depth perspective, right, it'll change the snap, but it won't here because we're defining our spot there. Right, you have to start it somewhere. Now, if I start it here, okay, we can do some of that as well. You have to put a directional thing on it. Sometimes it works. Honestly, I go from the post into the splitter. You can also do a what's a good spot? Right, if we did this, this will do the same thing, right? See how it's crushed inside? Whereas if we don't do it, right? So it allows crushing because of this. Basically, I think of this as like a rubber kind of grommet that expands and contracts, right? And so we can take advantage of that and push that in, right? And we can make it shorter or taller, but we can't, there's only so much definition that we can do off of this other end. Yeah, if you saw it, that was odd. You should have seen the horizontal conveyor lifts we made a while ago. Well, they weren't quite horizontal. So if you're doing a machine to a splitter, you would start the machine first. Yeah, I always, well, remember, you're taking advantage of the snapping system, okay? And so, you know, what you're snapping to has to have that direction, and that's going to be either like a splitter like we're doing, or a machine like a constructor, right? Because it has that direction built in. You know, or we could go like this. Right, then you could go like that if you wanted, or whatever. Found a way to make them completely flat. Yeah, I don't know if I want to know that. Well, your name is Crush'em. So with a name like Crush'em, you better learn how to crush your lifts. It's just all about what part of the dimension the game has flexible snapping mechanics on and which they don't. That's all. I stopped playing for a while and came back, was disappointed I couldn't clip the lifts all the way to a merger anymore. Yeah, you can. You can clip them into a merger just fine. How do you want to do it? Clipped in. While you're on the subject, I was having issues with the shorty lifts not connecting to the splitters and mergers last night. Yeah, there are some instances that can happen. Let me see if I can repeat it. And then I'll tell you the fix. Yeah, that one's connected. Yeah, I've gotten them to fail before. But lately I'm having a hard time making them fail, which, you know, in a way is a good thing. Yeah, that's connected. But basically, you can try some different versions. Yeah, that's connected too. What if we try one of these? Oh, I'm off. Yeah, all these are working for me. But yeah, Twitchy one, I think it works just fine. Oops, sorry. By the way, we have 87 concurrent viewers on YouTube and 10 on Twitch. Welcome everybody. But yeah, were you looking to clip it in farther than this? And by the way, you can do really egregious, I mean really disgustingly egregious clips. On a machine. Yeah, I'm really pushing that one. Will that work? Yeah, that works. Can we go more? Bridge too far. That worked. That's connected right there. That's a clip. That's connected. That works just fine. It's a double clip. Usually I hear them work. Yeah. So there is, I was trying to get something to fail. You can do it. You just have to connect the other end differently. The starter end. Okay. So we know this is connected because I can't put a lift. I mean, I can't put a belt in this spot. All right, if I can get it to fail, which I have done, I made a whole video on it. They're not failing for me tonight. So, but what you do is change up how you're connecting them or how you're beginning them. Okay. Yeah, that one's still connected. So try different versions of beginning with a belt, try a floor hole, try a starting it with a splitter or merger, and you should get it to work. Twitchy, if you haven't seen my video on it, you should look for it on my channel. I talk about here, let me see if I can find it. All right, right here. I found a bug with clipped lifts. So check this video out, you guys. I'm unable to get it to fail today the same way that I got it to fail in that video. But if you're having failure problems, it's okay. It happens to most men older than 40. But you know, with a little bit of practice, you can get your lifts to clip back in to your mergers. If your lift clicks into your merger for longer than 4 hours, consult a physician immediately. All right, 14, we need 11 this direction. But give that a try. Should be right there. Something like this, maybe. I don't know. I'm undecided on this. 34, I swear this never happens. I'll give it a few years. It's got to be the whiskey. Hey, I didn't say it happened to me. I'm the one around here with 5 kids. I don't know what you're talking about. What you talking about, Willis? All right, I need 9 there. And speaking of 5 kids, there's one of them. Minikin has graced us with her presence. Okay. No bedtime? Well, it's only 10 o'clock. And she's in high school, and she can go to bed whenever she wants to. At least until I see a B. If she's getting all A's, I don't give a shit when she goes to bed. I'm not going to micromanage success. That's on her. Exactly like it will be when she's an adult. 11. And then if she screws it up, if she mismanages the freedom that she has been given, well, then some of it will get taken away. But yeah, if she gets all her responsibilities done, she gets all A's, or basically all 100%, in her words. I don't give a shit when she goes to bed. She could stay up all night for all I care. Do you think Minikin ever feels awkward when she joins the stream and 100 people say we were just talking about you? Well, luckily 100 people aren't. Because even though I may have 100 viewers, not everybody is active in the chat. Saturday throwback whiskey night, Satisfactory. Yeah, I definitely, when we get to this part of the oh, I closed it. But the Satisfactory Saturdays, we'll definitely bring back some more whiskey for sure. All right, these are all placed. Oh, let's do Chrome finish and paste. Salsa so strong. Hey, I'm back, Ken. I need assistance, good sir. Okay. I'm your Huckleberry. I wish your kid would sleep. Just hit 12 and he's still feral. Well, the big problem is the he there. My son is insane. And he's 6. So, as you know, every child is different. And I'm not saying that, and I have, you know, cause I got 4 girls and a boy, right? Not all my girls are the same. You know, so if I had, you know, 4 boys and a girl, you know, which of the girl personalities would I have of the 4 that I have, right? So I'm not saying every boy, conversely, I'm not saying every boy would have the same crazy personality that my son does if I had 5 of them. But I can tell you, it seems like law of averages. The crazy is strong with that one. He's for it. It just hit 12 a.m. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, my son is 6. He's been sent to bed, I think. Well, actually, Minikin's in charge because Mrs. Kin is out of the house. She's off with some friends, doing a little book club thing, and she's doing some art stuff. I'm using a manifold, and I'm trying to move 2,790 steel ingots into a bunch of other machines, and I don't know how to do it. My max conveyor speed is only 480. That's your... All right, there's several problems. I personally would not make a factory that is so large you need to move 3,000 items per minute when you don't have Mark 5 belts. That's just a personal thing because I've done what you're doing and it is an absolute pain in the ass. What you need to do is basically belt compressors to make this happen, and you can do it with your priority mergers. Let's do it. So I've been asked to help a problem. All right, we're gonna help a problem. I'm happy to do so. Let's pretend we have his issue. All right, so let's work it out. How would we solve this problem? Okay, 2790. That's how much we have. Okay. Well, we only get to use Mark IV belts because that's what he says he has. Okay, so first thing is he says he's got to move 2790 and he can only do it in 480, which means he's got 6 belts. Is that correct? All right. So the question is, how do we manifold a large number like this through, and these should be Mark IV, when you only have 480 belts to work with? Right? How do you do it? So what are you moving them into? Steel ingots, right? So what are they going into? They going into a foundry. Are they going into constructors? Make an iron plate? What are you making? Iron pipe? Foundries. I figured foundries. What's your recipe? It's either cast plate or steel ingots. Is it your solid steel ingots? Probably solid steel ingots, right? You moved 4,000 with 270s and it was too much. Yeah. Yeah, steel beams, steel pipes, and encased beams. Yeah, but they don't. Yeah, but it goes into this first. Yeah, we got to do one step at a time, bro. So iron ingots, 40 per minute. Okay, so what are we talking here? 480 divided by 40. Easy. I mean, this is easy. You don't even have to do any belt compression here. I mean, it goes into 12 of them. Am I insane? The 480. Yeah, this is actually really simple. These are already split into 480s, right? So they're just all gonna dump. This is just a normal manifold right here. But let's pretend it wasn't this easy. Basically what you're gonna do is you're going to, this is where belt compression comes into play. Okay, so and what happens for me is I actually need belt compression because I'm not manifolding into one machine at a time. I'm manifolding into a blueprint of machines. And so this is a nice round number, 40. Well, 480 divided by 40 is 12. Nice even round number. Perfect, right? That doesn't always happen. And so if, let's say we had a blueprint that ate 300, right? And we only have 480s. What do you do? Okay. Would I be wrong in assuming you're trying to make one huge manifold for the 2790? Well, you can't make one huge manifold for the 2790 because they're all in separate belts. And they have to be. No, unless I'm missing something. But what is more difficult is something that is heading off this direction and needs something like $930 3 times comes out evenly, but I don't know, man. No. You're feeding them into solid steel ingots, right? You don't think about that. Where's your 2790? Why do you have to divide it by 3 times? It exists on a 480 belt. Where's your 2790 coming from? It doesn't exist on some magical belt that's 2790, right? It's coming off of other machines that are making the ingots in the first place, right? The smelters or the foundries. Why are you worried about dividing it in by 3? All right, so yeah, you have 2790 steel ingots being produced. And then when they get produced, how are you moving them? Are you moving them with the magical non-existent belt that has a speed of 2790? No, you're not. You're moving them in a bunch of smaller belts of 480 that are going to be full. And in order to put them into a foundry, it's actually really easy. It's 480. It's 12 of them. It's like the easiest one ever. Steel ingots is what I'm having trouble moving into more foundries for steel beams. Well, you didn't ask about the steel ingots, you asked about the iron ingots. 2790 is iron ingots, right? All right, so how do we solve this problem? $27.90 is steel. I asked where they were going. You said they were going into a foundry. Okay, tell me where the steel is going. I can only answer the questions that you actually ask. It's okay, we'll get there. Okay. Let's say that we had a blueprint that ate 300 iron ingots, and we have a bunch of lines of iron ingots, and we have to make sure that we get the iron ingots here, right? We can smart splitter this off, and we can be left over with 180. But the problem is that, by the way, these should all be Mark 4s. The problem is now, how do we get this 480 refilled onto this 180 belt so that we can, because we can't just take this 180 and put it into this 300. There's not enough, right? So this is a belt compressor. This is where a belt compressor comes in. And this is where a priority merger comes in. Okay, and so what we're doing here is we're compressing down this is 480. Okay, this is 480. And then this, right, should be 300. This is how you would solve this problem. And I've run into this problem a lot. And it's why the priority mergers are so awesome. Okay, because in order to solve this problem before priority mergers, I had to use this beast. All right. I mean, it took me days just to figure out how this worked. Like entire streams working on this, okay, designing this, figuring out how this worked. Now we can just do this and it's a lot easier to see. And you cannot just use a regular merger here. You think you can, but you cannot. Okay, it has to be this priority. Okay, so by the way, this is the answer to your question. So this is how you do it. What you're gonna do is you're gonna use up as much out of the line as you can, and then you're going to do this. So let's now switch this over to answer his question. We have plenty of room here. We're gonna answer his question. So he's got steel ingots, he says. He's got steel ingots, and we're using up our steel ingots in various recipes. Probably the molded steel pipe. Okay, yeah, he said molded steel, so this is taking 50 steel ingots. Cool. Molded steel beams probably too. And then he said, yeah, okay, 24 steel ingots. I mean, not 24, 120. 50. and then encased industrial into the assembler, right? These are your various why are you talking about encased industrial? You don't make steel directly into encased industrial. Yeah, no. You gotta do one problem at a time. Okay, so you're asking how to deal with the ingots. Okay, do steel ingots in any recipe get made into encased industrial beams? I don't think they do. Okay, so you're not using steel. You're not using steel ingots to make encased industrial beams. You're using them to make steel pipes and steel beams, right? Foundry that takes concrete and steel ingots. Yeah, just steel beams. You're just making steel beams with your steel. Yeah. Well, you're not making encased ones. Not with steel, you're not. One problem at a time, my friend. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. 120. So, I mean, what's for it? It's still even. It's still even. Okay, so look at these. Okay, don't overthink this. Okay, you've got steel ingots here, and you're using molded beam recipe. It's the same thing as before. It's 4 of them. It's very easy. Here's your manifold. I'll show you. Actually, we don't even need that. There's your manifold. No. 790 is divisible by 3. You're not okay. Where's your 790? It's sitting on belts. I don't care that 790 is divisible by 3. It's sitting on Mark IV belts. It doesn't matter what you're thinking. You're thinking about like numbers on a in an Excel sheet or on a piece of paper. You have to think about the numbers in the game. In the game, you can't have 2790. This doesn't exist. You don't have 2790. You have 6 times 480. That's what you have. 2790 doesn't exist. Why are you trying to split 2790 into 3? You don't have that. You have 6 times 480 because that's all it will ever be on a belt. You'll never have 2790 because no belt runs 2790. So don't think about splitting it into 3 pieces. How do you do that? It's already split for you. It's split into chunks of 480. So use them in chunks of 480. And it's actually extremely easy to use them in chunks of 480 because to make your steel beams, you need 120 per minute. Well, it's exactly 4. You're done. Right? Because you're making these steel, I mean, you have to think about how you're making these. Right? You're making these probably with solid steel ingot. I would suggest that you do. He wants to divide up his total product to multiple factories, but it's already divided up. It's divided up in belts. No, you guys, why do you need to divide 2790? What belt holds 2790? None. Explain it to him. I'm not the one, guys. I mean, think of all the factories that I've made. Come on now. 3 factories. He wants 3 factories. Okay. Here's factory 1. Here, let's change colors. There's factory 1. There's factory 2. And there's factory 3. No, the tool doesn't matter if you don't understand how it works in the game. It's already split. Because when you made it, you had to put it on a belt. Okay, so when you make these, when you make the steel ingots, okay, they come out at 60 per minute. Right? Look at them, 8. It's perfect. Okay, so you're gonna make 8 foundries, okay, and you're going to manifold these together, and you're gonna get a nice fat full belt of 480, and then you're gonna do another 8, and you're gonna get another belt of 480, and you're gonna do another 8, and you're gonna get another belt. Why are you trying to split 2790? It's already split for you. Because they exist on the 480 belt. And then you don't have to do anything else. It's already nice and fat and full. And then you chop it back out into 4 of these, eating 120. It's done. So don't overcomplicate it. Don't think about this number. Think about how many 480 belts you have to deal with. And then think about how are you going to deal with each one in the best way. And the math on this is easy. This is the easiest possible example here, right? Now, it would suck if you had like 20 left over or like 40 left over or something like that, right? And then you had to do like an overflow and then pass it forward. That's what I was showing. You did 6 foundries overclocked to 80, which is perfect. 480. Yeah, you could do 6. You could do 6 overclocked to 80, or you could do 8 at the 60. It doesn't matter. Okie Sooner's trying to tell me to teach him differently. I only know the way I know how to teach. The problem is when you plan a factory offline, okay, you start thinking about this number, right? Because that's the number that you have. But you have to think about how this number manifests itself in the game, okay? And when you only have Mark IV belts in the game, then this number doesn't exist. Yeah, you're worried about the calculator. That's why I didn't want to bring the calculator up. One belt has 390 on it. Okay, that's fine. One belt has 390 on it. What do you want to do with that leftover 390? Is all of the 27 if you want to do that, okay? What are the 3 things that you want to do with your steel? Is all the steel going to be making steel beams? Probably not. What's the other jobs? Right? I mean, you just have to figure it out. And you can do it, right? Just figure out the different jobs at each one. Encased pipe, okay? Well, you just do the same thing. So you want half on encased pipe and You mean molded steel pipe? Two beams, one pipe. Sounds like a video you don't want to click on. It'll give you a virus. Two beams, one pipe. Yeah, I'm not really following you because what do you mean two beams, one pipe? You have 2790. You're going to be able to make a lot more than two of these. Yeah, but how many? You mean a ratio of 2 to 1? Yeah. So I mean, you just gotta I mean, even this one, right? This uses 50. Okay, so this one's a little bit more interesting. So let's do Uber Troll Redeem Stop a Rant. This one's a little more interesting. One is going to industrial beams for storage. Industrial beams. What are industrial beams? Encased industrial beams? You can't make encased industrial beams straight with steel. Am I wrong? Do I just not have that recipe? Yeah, how do you make encased beams with steel? We're talking about steel. Can you shoot make a short with two beams and one pipe? Focus on the steel, my friend. If you jump around like this, I can't help you. Your steel ingots cannot make encased industrial. Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. All right, let's do this. Let's answer this question. All right, we've got 480 here, okay? And this one is actually more interesting because it uses 50. Okay, so this is 200. Let's overclock these so that I don't have to deal with quite so much. Right? And you get one more. 450. Okay, so this is gonna eat 450. Right? 100. And then an extra 50. So you're gonna have 30 on the back end. Right, the best that you can do here. And so that 30 is gonna have to go somewhere. Or really it can go on the front end too, with a smart splitter. This is the stuff that's actually kind of complicated. And this is the stuff I thought you were asking about, to be honest with you. Right, so what's gonna happen is if you force this and you do an overflow like this, you know, you're gonna eat up your 450 and you're gonna have 30 left over. All right, what you do with that 30, I mean, you're gonna have to figure out, but you know, you could drop it into another line of this. Right, or you could add up all the leftover 30s when you're done. All you have to do is think about each belt on its own and what you're going to do with it. That's all. Don't overthink it. Don't try to do all 2790 at once. Okay? Because you actually don't have that. All right, you have 5 belts of 480 and 1 belt of 390. And so just build what you want. Just build what you want. You can't split that in three equal pieces. And you wouldn't want to anyway. No, you know, if you got a question, ask a question. I don't care. Guys, this playthrough, when I'm done with this playthrough, I'm not playing Satisfactory again for at least a year. Get your questions in now. All right, the timer is on. All right, so when I'm done for minimum a year. Okay, I'm not going to be able to answer satisfactory questions when I'm playing Schedule 1. I'm not going to be able to answer satisfactory questions when I'm playing Factorio or Timberborn. Now's the time. And I have no problem stopping for a half an hour and answering a question. All that means is that, you know, the playthrough doesn't get finished a little bit sooner, but that's okay. No, you're fine, man. All you have to do is think about each belt on its own, okay? Don't think about 2790. Don't think about the total. Think about what you're gonna do with each Mark IV belt. Okay, chop it into pieces. And if you want to make, you know, 12 foundries worth of molded beams, okay, well, how do you chop that out? That's all. Because you can't split 2790 into 3 because it isn't anywhere. That's all. And honestly, this is kind of the problem with those planning tools that happen outside of the factory, because you have to, and this is why I use Excel in combination with this. It's the same problem here. 2000 powder. Well, this doesn't matter. In the factories, like how I do this in the factory, there's no belt that holds 2000, right? So I don't need to split 2000 into 20 pieces. We're gonna get our copper powder coming down these rows, right? And it's why it's why I use Excel to help. And I haven't really even done it here. If we go back to the aluminum factory, that's what this is for. This is for me to track what each blueprint does, right? So in this case, this was making aluminum ingots, right? And so I could track and break it out by belt and put them in chunks that make sense in the factory. This doesn't tell you how to do that. And by the way, I couldn't get, when I tried to break out Modeler in minute detail and put in splitters and put in, you know, belt by belt and stuff in Modeler, I ran into problems. I couldn't get it to work. I'm not saying it's not possible to do, but I had a problem doing it. So to me, it's just easier to break it off into Excel. And so what you have to do is figure out with your 2790, you got to go, okay, well, you know, I want to build you know, X number of beams, right? And so, well, how many foundries is that? And then what's the input that I need for each set? But you have to think about it in terms of what's actually on the belt. That's all. That's the only point I'm making. But there's a million ways to slice these problems, and because basically when I think of these blueprints, I just think of them as one machine, right? This is like a machine that has 3 inputs and 1 output, right? This is like a manufacturer to me. Well, actually, it's more like a blender, right? Because one of the inputs is a liquid. So this is basically like a blender to me that takes in 2 solids, a liquid, and outputs one solid. And so, and it takes in huge amounts of them. And I treat them like a special recipe in a special machine, right? And then I start counting it. Okay, if I put 2 together, this is what it looks like. And can this fit on one belt? Oh yeah, look, 750, right? 750, that fits on a belt. It's a Mark V belt with 30 left over. But I did it for the water, right? Because the water is exactly 1 pipe. 1 Mark 1 pipe. Right? So the water's perfectly used. If I do 2 of these machines, they're really blueprints. Right? And then now I'm tracking, okay, well, in this row on this floor, I'm going to put 2 of them together. And so I need 600 water for that row, and I need 1500 bauxite. And so I'm chopping it into pieces so that I can keep track of, okay, in order to handle this row, I need 2, this is 2 Mark V belts, but I'm going to have some left over, right? And that's when I started using those smart, the priority mergers, so that I could make sure that things get sloughed over correctly. All this tool does is, this doesn't make the factory for you. This just lets you know kind of what your tree looks like, right? Like there's a lot going on here for having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 boxes, right? Because how do we split this Caterium ore? Well, this is 3 Mark V belts. Now, luckily, this is only 1 Mark V belt, right? How do we chop out this wire? Right? And how do we load it to make sure that we're getting 780s in here? Do we even want that? Right? Caterium wire comes out, what? In 120 per piece. So what's 780? Divided by 120. Oh, that's not the right number. 6. So what if we just do 6? Right? Then we don't have to worry about making sure a belt is absolutely full. Right? We have those options. What if we just fill it to 720? Okay. Okay, we need 33 of them, and we can handle 6 per belt. So how many belts do we need? Well, we need 6. And the last one will be not half full, but half of the other ones. Right? So actually just getting this, the Satisfactory tools, this is just a start. This is just like an overall plan. But how you implement this plan depends on the belt speeds that you have available. It depends, do you want full belts? Are you fine with some belts being left over, right? Where are they going, right? It depends on what you're using it for too. Like for me, I knew where this wire was going, and some of it needed to be full. Some of it I didn't want it full, right? You can underclock and overclock to make sure that the outputs make exactly the belt that you need wherever it's going. Maybe I need a belt of exactly 600 of wire because I'm gonna go send it off to go make, stitched iron plate or something, right? And so, I can overclock and underclock this to give me exactly 600. So all of that is within the bounds of this tool. This just helps you make sure that you kind of know the basic flow, but we can't break this wire into the belts in the tool. We have to break this wire into the belts in the game. More time planning than playing? Maybe. I mean, I spend way more time doing aesthetics than I do actually making factories, if you think about it. And I mean, I spent 3 days planning this. But I mean, here's the deal. If you want to do big stuff like this, you have to plan it, right? You can't just pull it out of your ass. It's never going to work. Now, you don't have to. You could do spaghetti bases. You don't have to plan anything. You don't need exactness. You're just like, hey, I need more wire. Time to throw some more wire into the pile. And then you have more wire, and then you just keep going. There's plenty of people that play that way. My brother plays that way. All right, he has a mental disability because, it's called being my brother. But that's the way he plays. Right? So if you want to play with precision, then you have to plan. If you don't, then don't, right? Let me just catch up on chat. Using calculator or anything like that, maybe a suggestion I can make is to separate each line of product into its own show to what's needed for that product specifically. You can, depending on how big your factory is, that may get the juice may not be worth the squeeze there. Modeler takes a lot of work to use. Well, I think it depends on what functionality of modeler you're trying to get. Some of that functionality takes a lot more work than others. Yeah, I went to bed. Yeah, I'm not sure if the point I was making made it, but maybe it did for others. It's a mindset shift. That's what I'm getting at, right? There needs to be a mindset shift about transferring the planning that's happening outside of the game into the game. Because if you don't, you end up trying to do silly things that in the game that are not that are only artifacts of the way you planned it, right? Like, and I'm guilty of that too. I've done all these mistakes. For instance, like, does this really need to be 89.995? No, it's just 90. Right there, that one's an obvious one, but there's other stuff like that. Does this need to be 33.735 iron plate? No, I don't care what this is exactly. I just wanted to make 6 foundries of iron cast plate. So we plan to give our structure. But when you get into the actual construction of it in the game, you're going to have to make adjustments, and you're going to have to try to enforce the plan with the in-game limitations, and sometimes you have to adjust the plan. If I can also ask a quick question, when is producing a certain quantity of one product too much? I'm trying to figure out how much to actually make. I mean, that one's tough. Part of that depends on like what kind of playthrough do you have, right? Do you have a playthrough like mine where it's going to take 1,000 hours? Well, if that's true, you really don't need to make a lot of very much per minute because you have plenty of time for it to save up. But then if your playthrough is going to be 1,000 hours, what are you doing if you're not making big factories, right? So the bigger factories you make, the less materials you need because you have more time for them to save up. But the bigger factories you make, you know, but then if you need less materials, you can make smaller factories, but then your playthrough won't be as long. So then you need to make more materials because you're not going to be playing very long. So you see what I'm saying there? I think that one's tough. You know, for instance, I definitely overmade. If we look at, I overproduced some stuff for sure, like radio control units. I'm making 30 per minute. There's no way in hell I'm using anywhere close to 30 per minute. That's insane. That's insanely high. I didn't need to make that much. Why did I make that much? Well, it was convenient. It was just kind of convenient. I could have done less. I mean, most of this, if you have a good storage system and you're not like, if you're storing up like 10 storage bins of like concrete, then most of the time when you're doing things like exploring or planning or something, you know, it's running it and storing it up, and then it's there ready for you to use. So you may not necessarily need 300 concrete per minute, even though you may use that at one point. What was that? The horizontal one I saw right there. Is that the horizontal one? I'm not sure what you're asking, Crush'em. I find aesthetics actually help with spacing and functionality. Yeah, they can, for sure. And they make, like if you're thinking about how it's gonna look, then you're gonna provide yourself extra space. And you're less likely to, you know, paint yourself into a corner. Great way to test it out is to build a single line of what you want to do and scale it up, basically an MVP. Well, that's kind of what I do with blueprints, right? Got it. So I guess I'm at the point right now where I have all my earlier stuff that produces things in smaller quantities. I'm trying to figure out whether to remake them bigger or not. Well, I mean, I think you can. It depends on how small. You know, I mean, this is for storage. That's a lot. This is for storage, I think. This isn't. I'm using this in another factory. I'm using a bunch of this in another factory too. Right, so some of this isn't for storage. Some of it is you know, I'm making extra for factory 2 kind of a thing. Yeah, I mean, I think did I plan that out at one point? Yeah, here we go. Here's my production targets. These are my initial production targets. But I changed these because sometimes it was more convenient to just make 25 because of the recipe. you know, but it was kind of a start. And I just tried to figure out, like, by the way, with all the signs, this was a stupid low number. This should have been more like 20 because of all the signs I like to make. And that's another good point, right? If you like to make a lot of signs, well, maybe you need a little bit more encased beams, and maybe you need a little bit more crystal oscillators, right? Because guess what? Look, encased industrial beams and crystal oscillators. Now, luckily they only make one, so it's probably not that big of a deal. I'm just making a point that your playstyle will determine how much of each item that you should make. Was that the horizontal one? The belt lift? I don't think so. The horizontal belt lift thing that I was doing, I was screwing around. We did something like this. Doing it up in the air now. All right, you guys ready? And for my next trick, ooh, let's do something really cool looking. There you go. We figured this out a couple nights ago, or a couple streams ago. And it's because we can rotate this conveyor wall mount a little bit, and the conveyor lift will arc off of that. Yeah, this was really fun the first time I figured it out. Yeah. It's good times. It's too slow. There we go. Well, you know, it's a lot of fun. You know, we're messing around. Oh no. You guys know what this means? I'm missing a bunch of Mercer spheres. I'm missing a bunch of them. When I deleted that, it sent them. I was using them to show off something. And then I deleted it with a full thing. All my Mercer spheres are gone. All right, let's do this. I've been meaning to do this. Let's just do this. We're doing weird shit tonight. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna fix this problem. I've been meaning to do this. No, it happened 2 streams ago. I'd have to undo like 2 or 3 streams. I'm not gonna do that. We're gonna fix it. I'm gonna show you guys how to fix it. Cover your eyes and go into advanced settings. No, because then I can't undo that. All right, 22.1. Hold on 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry, when Mrs. Kin is not home, the kids don't want to go to bed. All right, so we're gonna use something called Satisfactory Save Editor. Okay. Click drop your save game in here. So let's find our save game, shall we? Here it is, Cyberpunk theme, VOD 122.1, and we're gonna drop it in. Now, the bigger the save file, the stranger this, or the slower this works. Hopefully my save file isn't so big that we run into a problem. Like I did with the Update 8 save. But once we get this uploaded, we can look at some stats that are pretty fun. All right, here we go. We're getting some structures. We'll look at how many signs do you guys think I have? Oh, it's already there. I have 120,000 signs in my save. I have to be careful. I don't want to crash it. We are going to, there's the city. Yeah, Kirk, you're good. There's the Gold Coast power plant. Here's the city. Let's take a look at the pyramid. Like I said, we've got 120,000 signs. 41,000 small billboards. 32,000 4-meter label signs. I have 63 kilometers of track. 160,000 foundations. Have you gone to the spot on the map to see if your crate is there? If not, you can use hypertubes to get under the map and walk there. Well, I was going to use the save editor to pull all crates to me. So there's a bunch of stuff that you can do with this. You can delete entire factories. You can do a lot. We are going to see if I can remember how to just have the game take all crates and deliver it to me, because we have crates everywhere. This seems a lot faster and a lot more stable than it was the last time I used it, which is good. I just clicked unselect all layers. Hopefully I don't crash it or something. I think we're good. So I've never actually gone to the point where my boxes are, which also might be a fun thing to do. But I think what we're gonna try to do, they're all right here. Well, yeah, where's my Mercer spheres? I wonder if we can find them. There they are. Loot crate, 34 Mercer spheres. So do we have to do a selection? Should you deliver them to a central storage empty floor if there is one? Well, I can't remember exactly how this works. Do we have to select? I want the lasso. I want to get all of my crates. Can we one button deliver all of my crate items? Or do I have to select them first? I can't remember. Sorry, guys. Now remember, we're selecting in 3D. Now we're going to tell it what to do with our selection. We can let's take a look at some options here, shall we? We could delete everything. We could update everything, their color swatches. We could change the position. I could change the position of my city. We could turn it into a mega print. We could set the selected machines overclocks. We could turn on, turn off a lot, turn them off, turn them on. We could switch materials. Switch catwalks to walkways and walkways to catwalks. We can switch pipeline indicators. Downgrade, upgrade. Okay. Inventory. Nope, no inventory. Okay, I don't see it in here. I know there's a way to scoop up, isn't there? Let's see. How to use SCIM Satisfactory editor to get all dropped. What are those called? Crates, right? Loot crate. Move crates to another location. Upload your save file. Identify the dropped crates. We could relocate crates. Okay. Where are... There's my loot crates. I have 90 loot crates, you guys. Okay, so if we unselect all this stuff... And then we'll have only... We've tamed 11 doggos. Just switching everything off. We have 90 loot crates. Okay. Move selected item's position. Is this telling them where they're gonna go? You have to manually edit their positions individually. I don't want to do that. Okay, I've selected 88 items. What if we make everybody up? That would be Y, correct? The height? Or is that Z? That's Z, isn't it? Because X is east-west and Y is north-south. So Z is height. That's why it's Z fighting. I think I'm moving all the boxes. I'm gonna have a bunch of flying boxes. I don't know if this is gonna work. All right. I think it's done. Let's see what happened. Download saved game. Ooh, you can copy paste all coordinates. Okay, we may do that. Let's see what this did. I think what I did is I selected all these crates and then I shot them up like 200 meters. So when we log into this save, we should see all of the crates like flying around in the air. Uh-oh. Well, this may not work. I don't want to keep doing this. It wouldn't resave. My save file is very large. Let's try one more time. Let's just try moving the one that we care about. I was hoping for a one button fixes all, right? Like basically deliver all of the loot crates to me. But I don't think we're gonna get there. Well, they're not deleted. They're just moved. And that's 3 streams ago. I'm not undoing 6 hours or 8 hours of work. That's not happening. That's why these solutions exist. Right here. It's 436 meters altitude. Update position. So where are these? Are these under? These are underneath, right? There's a central loot crate mod, but I know you want to stay vanilla. Well, I already have 2 mods. I don't feel like having to get my loot crates is breaking my mod rule. These are really low, right? Where is this? This is under the spiral. Okay, let's... Got an idea. How do we... I can't remember. This is how. Okay, so this bar right here is how we deselect. All right, so what if we move this up to 1,000 meters? And then 5,000. And then on the X, we go to 0. 0, and here, let's try it. This still may not work. X, let's go to 0. And then Z, let's go to... that doesn't translate 1 to 1, does it? Let's just try this. No, it's gone now. I went too high. Shoot. All right. Yeah, Z to 4,000. Ground level is best. Well, the problem is that ground level, we're in the red forest, so ground level is a lot higher. Sounds like it's at doggo level on the spiral. Doesn't it get sent to one? It gets sent, it's being sent to a weird place. Problem is that the elevation, I'm not sure how to get the Z where I want it. So we can go X to 0. That's fine. Move it over to the left. And then how much up should we go? hard to say. Let's try this. Okay, I can still see it. Okay, it's 300 meters taller. Let's do a little bit more. Nine hundred meters. That should be an okay altitude, right? Where's this doggo? Hans, where are you, Hans? I don't want to move Hans. Let's move something that doesn't matter. Doing too many things at once here. You're too tall. It's a miner down on the ground. Oh, that's not bad. The problem is it doesn't actually tell me See, loot crate tells me the altitude, 852. None of the rest of these things are telling me the altitude. We're gonna give this a try. We're gonna see if this works. And I think I need to take a second. Download saved games. All right, let's see if this works. See if this works. Sorry, I gotta. Well, this has been a waste of time. All right. My save file is too big for the save editor to adjust. So we can't do this. Let's see if we can find it. We know kind of where it is. And we can get under the map, right? Everything's under the map. It won't save. I'm not 100% sure where it is because they're not all in the same place. We can load this to help us find it. Can do that. We just can't. It won't save our any changes that we make. My save file's already too big. Man, I don't have any of the things that I usually have. I'm a mess tonight. My daughter's cat scratching at the door repeatedly. That's why I keep getting up. Are we in the game? Okay, we'll let that load. Not yet. I want to get my Mercer spheres. So we deleted them with a full inventory, and there is, but out of like a blueprint. So it didn't make the crate right next to where we deleted it, I don't think. Just wants to be loved. Be loved elsewhere. All right, we're on a mission. Get back Kin's Mercer spheres. This is actually very similar to when I died very early in my streaming career, and we had to get back the hard drives. Did you copy the Z-axis value from the crate and paste it to another item? Well, I could copy the Z-axis position from another item and paste it to the crate if we could get it to work. But it won't save. All right, turn off foundations. Turn off lights. All right. Oh. It's not under anything. Where is this? Oh, we're gonna find this. Railway. It does look like it's by the doggo. Who said that? Edge Dweller. How did you... I think you're right. I mean, it's very close to the doggo. In terms of, like, that's only a 50-meter difference. Okay, it's higher than the doggo. It's a little higher than the doggo. Let's go. We'll get it. We're hunting. I thought it was, that's really interesting. That is not how I understood this to work. Yeah, I figured, Captain Kirk. It's all good. So, Captain Kirk, what's your favorite piece of Star Trek media? All right, here's Doggo. All right, it is southwest of Doggo. And is it higher or lower? It's higher. Gonna find you. There's a way to get our Z coordinate. Does anybody remember the console command for that? This right here. You see it moving? I bet you it's in here. Why in the world would it be in here? I don't understand. None of this makes any sense. Next Generation followed by Deep Space Nine. Next Generation for sure. Easy. After that is harder. I liked Voyager. Voyager was happening when I was in high school. But I also like the original movies a lot. All right, what's the console command? We'll figure this out. We are on a mission. Console command for Satisfactory to show Z height. Show debug none. It's ringing a bell. Okay. There's our Z moving up and down. Do you see it? 50,000. 50,008. So what's our doggo at? I mean our crate. 43.6. Okay. $43.6 in here somewhere. It's saying it's in here. Oh my God. I have no idea how that got there. You got it. We found it. Mercer spheres are back, baby. Is there anything else that we really need? Now, did I lose anything else that I don't know of? It's so crazy that those went there. We need a tour. So I have some tour videos. I've just spent like a bunch of time doing some shenanigans. I feel like I want to get back to building right now, but I do have a tour. But before we get back to that, let's make sure that no other crates require our attention. I have a lot of crates, okay? Sorry. Hopefully no other crates with something valuable like 30 Mercer spheres. All right, I think those are all checked out. What? No, this is the one we already got. It just doesn't update because it doesn't know that I picked it up. Okay, sorry. Had a second of crazy there. There's nothing really valuable in any of these. Yeah, I don't think we need any of the other ones. Nope, we're good. Okay. Let's turn this off. Show debug. There. Okay. We're back, baby. And 42 Mercer spheres. Put you safe. Why do I feel like all of this is a perfect example of the stuff I deal with in my own playthrough? Well, I mean, that's kind of why I wanted to do this live, because I'm not the only person who's lost 40 Mercer spheres. So we could do a quick little visual tour here. I won't go into the super details on this because I do want to actually get some building done tonight. These are our factories. This is our Cyberpunk city. Oh, and let's turn these damn things off. Yeah, crates and trucks traveling the other side of the factory. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's kind of why I wanted to just to do it together, so we can, you know, learn together. But yes, here is the Cyberpunk city. It is a work in progress, of course. It definitely puts my 5090 through the paces, but it's holding up okay. What we need to do is get back on this factory. Every time I die in game, I lose all my doggos back to their play area. It makes me restart each time or lose 20 doggos. Rough choice. Okay. So we need to fix up this area up here. We need to close off the walls here. Okay. This is the Nagasaki build. Why is there a tower that why does this look like Nagasaki? I don't know. This particular set of buildings is not one that exists in real life the same way that the rest of these, some of the rest of these do. It's a little unfortunate there. Your computer would die with my save file? Maybe. I'm actually wondering, do you have a video on how to make the train spiral? I don't want to distract you from your building momentum. Yeah. So, unfortunately, so I actually made that train spiral. It's one of the few things that I made offline. I didn't do that in a live stream. And after I did that, that is why I have sworn off ever doing anything offline again, because I have so many people asking about how to build that, and I realized that I screwed up, because I got on and I was fiddling around like, hey, will this work? And then I got in the zone, and 2 hours later I came up for air and realized that I had completely designed, and I was done designing that blueprint, right? And it just kind of came out of just like this moment of like, I didn't, if I had known that I was going to create the blueprint, I probably would have done it online. But I just kind of started by fiddling around, right? And so I didn't get any of that. It's not even in a VOD, right? I wasn't live streaming when I did it. So I do have some similar stuff. There's the basic curvature of it and the idea and how I did it. I came up with that concept. Well, actually, you can't even build that anymore. That train spiral blueprint, because I did a building technique that has been removed from the game. So you can't even do that anymore. But the basic idea of it, maybe not all the pieces put together, but like the fundamentals that I use to create it, that exists in my update 8 playthrough. Let me see if I can just very quickly give you a VOD number. I've streamed 326 times. All right, I'm almost back to the beginning of this playthrough. Okay, I'm through this playthrough. Now we're going through the crust. All right, this is the end of update 8 playthrough. Okay, VOD 43 and 44. And the cosmetic VOD between those two. On my update 8 playthrough. All right. 43, 43 and a half, and 44. Okay. On my update 8 playthrough. So you got to find the playlist, all my update 8 VODs, and then look for 42, 42 and a half, and 43. Or right in there, whatever I said. But if you dig in there, you should be able to see how I do it. Oh, last time I was VOD 9, now VOD 12, almost done beginning of your city. I'm slowly getting there. Bruno, hey. Almost caught up. Yeah, I mean, you're getting there. Yeah, and then you could probably scan through and find it, right? And kind of I made a breakthrough in that time on how I do curves and how I do incline curves. And that breakthrough is really the key. But I came up with some cool stuff. I feel like I was smarter back then. You guys ever run into that where you look at something that you did, like, you know, long enough to where you have, you know, separation from it, and you're like, how the hell did I do this? And you're like kind of like legitimately impressed with yourself. And you're like, well, this was impressive. And then you think, is this something I could do today? And you're not 100% sure. You're like, I did it once, I can do it again, right? The curvature, how I set the blueprints for the curving incline, and I don't have anything that I need. Minikin was supposed to help me get prepared for tonight's stream, because Mrs. Kin was out of the house this evening, and well, she's fired. Did I do lights or something? I feel like I did. Oh, I did. What did we use? Let's go over there and take a look. Great series so far, super fun. I found you from your shorts randomly. Nice. Usually my wife finds me by my shorts too. Did you watch any Satisfactory content before you came across the shorts, or was it just like, oh, okay, small billboards? All right. And was it just like, oh, you didn't even know the game? Or did you watch like other content creators play Satisfactory? All right, so over there I did something different. I didn't do the roofs. I did these. Gonna catch up more. Have a great stream. Yeah, of course. Maybe a little, but not much. Nothing this big. Okay, cool. So you watched a couple things and then the shorts got you and you're like, all right, I'll watch. Well, good. That means they're working, right? Think of like all of the extra watch time and you know, viewership that, you know, that one short view from you has led to, right? So that is the plan working, and I appreciate you letting me know, right? Because sometimes I put up the shorts and they don't like maybe do very well, and I think to myself, oh, is this like worth it? So I always appreciate that feedback that, you know, the things that, I mean, because basically the YouTube shorts is my marketing, And speaking of marketing, I was actually thinking, Minikin and I were thinking of taking our YouTube shorts and uploading them to the TikTok, because they're already in what is TikTok format, you know? So I don't know. We haven't decided yet if we're going to, but I figure it's no extra work really. I'm pretty sure I did this differently. I'm very sure I did this differently. So much so that I think I'm going to go back. Denfo found you the same way a few weeks ago. Nice. I not play, but more like explain the addiction I have, watched a playthrough or anything you may, you're my first big series. Nice, and you're watching the VODs too, right? Like, that's no joke. Yeah, you found it through the shorts too? Good. Yeah, technically you're not ever the same any given day. Memory is imperfect. Neurologically speaking, you recreate memories. So being impressed by previous work makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm just getting stupider. Is that just dream state? That I think that's just a fancy way of saying I'm getting stupider. Yeah, you should do it. Maybe more people join. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we're thinking about it. Now, there's always so much to do and so little time. But yeah, we're definitely thinking about it. All right, let's go look. Let's go. I keep having to go over here and look and see what we did. Yeah, the VODs. Well, I appreciate it. And thanks for stopping by the live. It does matter, right? Like, I always appreciate the information and the feedback that you guys give because, you know, when I make decisions, I think about that stuff. Okay, so we cut in to it a little bit. I basically went 2 foundations worth, and we cut in. Okay. I have to go around so that I have power available. Okay. All right, so we did this. And this. All right, that's what we did. So now what I'm going to do is cut this back, cut those signs out. Have to put one of those back. Well, have a good one, Bruno. Thanks for stopping by. Did I make it shiny in there also? I thought about doing that, but did I chicken out? Okay, I think I decided not to. AKA chicken out. It's not bad. We could do better though. Trying to cover those holes in a way that looks okay, you know? I'd say stupid is the right word. I'd say when you remix that previous idea, the state that you were in was potentially more optimal. It's a lot of words. No, I'm just kidding, man. Well, now I'm going to do some catching up on the VODs. I will join you next live and let you know where I am. Have a great stream. All right, man. Hopefully you don't get tired of listening to the sound of my voice. My wife does. I keep making jokes about my wife. It's turning into tonight's theme. I don't know how I'm going to do this one. That's not bad. That's how. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. That looks good, actually. Done. Okay, now that I kind of remember what we're doing here. We can do the same thing with this that we did over there. Okay. Well, that's a problem. This thing's up off the ground. Alright. Better. Except, why do you have the feet thing? What are you guys doing? We're a no feet channel here. All right, better. I think it was because I was clipping. Right. This is good. And we'll just try to notice and see if these are doing any weird clipping or floating before I build all this crap out. Okay, and then we do. Oh, I forgot to do this on that other one. Okay. We won't worry about that. It'll be fine. Yeah, I forgot to do the roof piece here. Okay, nice. Then we're also ready for this one. Okay. How I want to deal with this. Probably clip there. Maybe just double wall it. Ooh, that's the solution. I don't have to let one dictate the other. I can just enclose it into a fake wall. Or a, you know, a false wall. Do the same kind of thing over here. Every today, less allergies. I was actually thinking, I mean, allergies are part of it, but I'm actually thinking I was a little bit tired. There's a little head cold going around with the house. So that could have been it as well. I'm also been doing some, making some changes to how I'm eating. And I'm sure my body is trying to get used to it, and it probably and I'm losing weight, right? And so all of those things together, I think my body was just like, you know what, bro, it's time for you to go to sleep. I don't care that you're in the middle of a stream. You need to go to sleep. And so I did. I actually forgot. We missed, Minikin and I, well, really me, we missed for the first time, not launching a YouTube short at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. Like we usually do. We missed it for the very, very first time. But the good news is I had one up by 10 o'clock. And it did fine 2 hours later. So, because I was so tired last night, I forgot that I needed to finish off a YouTube short for the next day. I have to do one tonight, too, for tomorrow morning. But at least, yeah, I did need a reboot. But at least we should make our 4-hour goal tonight. I do really need to try to keep these weekday night streams. Over the summer, my work has been a little bit loosey-goosey in terms of like, you know, it's fine. But like, those times are over. I am gearing up for my work goes in 2-year cycles. And I'm at the end of that cycle. And so I'm basically just, all my clients are pretty much taken care of. The only ones, I think I have like 6 that I didn't finish out of like, I don't know, 80 or 90 in the last 2 years. And I didn't finish them because the clients just didn't contact me, or there was a breakdown in communication, or somebody, you know, left and, you know, I never got in contact with the replacement, etc. And so I'm actually kind of tomorrow doing a full round of following up with all of those. The point is that times, they are changing, and my next 2-year cycle is on the way. And I won't really be able to, you know, come in late, as it were. And so and plus I am really focused on getting some permanent weight loss going again. And so sleep, I can't just not sleep, unfortunately. So anyway, point being, I think that it's very reasonable that instead of going 6 hours on a night where I have to get up and go to work, I chop it down to 4. Those extra 2 hours, you know, is going to make a big difference over time. You good here? Yeah, I think we are. That's good enough for now. I mean, yeah, really can't push that anymore. That's okay though. That one's done. Let's keep on keeping on. Yeah, I really like this kind of fake wall thing. That way I can do clean lines from either side. Just like that. Let's define this edge. Okay. How do your windows so glow? Well, I've got this setup here. It is the emission strength of 3, and I've got this color here that I worked very hard to experiment with to make sure that it was nice and bright. Captain Kirk, I gotta run, but thanks for the help and the great stream so far. I appreciate it. And basically, I just I crank them. Or do you mean these windows? Are these the windows that you mean? Sorry, I just realized that you could have maybe meant those windows. I can show you how I do those too, but it's a little different. It's actually similar. It's just trickery. All right, one more. Oh, almost. Here we go. Yeah, that window. Okay, so this window, I am cheating. I've got a sign behind it. There's just a sign half nudged behind. Oh my god, why don't I have power up here? So this window, basically I made a blueprint that were panels. And so I could do different, or different, not panels, but I could do different permutations of these window setups. But if you look closely, you can see the difference. And then these windows kind of hide the texture difference. You know, you get out to about here, and it's really kind of difficult to see. And if you know what to look for, you can see the difference in the texture. But that's how I did it. I put small billboards behind the windows to make it look like somebody was in an office with the light turned on. Yeah, of course, you're welcome. Side. Hey, Ken, do you know Frank LeBeau? I don't know. Not that I know of. In what context? All right, all three of them are, oh, all six of them are now done. He's a French meme. He looks like the guy that was in Lost. Like, look at this picture. Versus let's see, cast of Lost. Terry O'Quinn. Nobody's done a side-by-side pictures of them? I mean, I don't know. I thought it looked exactly like him, but apparently not. Yeah, I don't know what meme he's from though. No, he's not the same guy. That guy's an English actor. An English speaking actor. Okay. Let us start on our catwalks. That guy was in an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation as well. If, you know, Captain Kirk were here, he would know. He would know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about, Willis? What I'm talking about, Pabu. Talking about real love. All right, that went together pretty quick. And then we've got some blueprints here that I can set on the quick button for the lights. Should actually be here. Okay. Amy R. Wynn, just joining stream. Hope you're well. What an amazing factory you've built. Thank you. So this is the first thing of mine you've ever seen. By the way, thank you for the first time chat. I always appreciate people who chat for the first time. So this is the first thing you've seen of mine. Is that what I'm hearing? So if it is, I might have a little fun. You know, it'd be nice. We just go boom, boom like this. That's the ticket, actually. That is true. This is the first thing you've seen. Oh, first thing, huh? Well, should we show Amy Arwin? I'm gonna assume a she. Should we show her a little bit more of this factory that she hasn't seen? By factory, I mean the cyberpunk city that I'm building. So this is we're inside what is 1/4 of our phase 4 space elevator part factory. All right, so here's the deal. I won't go through like in super detail, like everything. We're gonna go lightning fast, okay? But I do have an in-depth tour video, hey Flimballer, that is available, and I'll share that at the end. And by the way, I do stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So if I'm talking to anybody that you can't see, those definitely are not the voices in my head.
Oh, hello. I had something prepared for you, but I forgot. Enjoy the ride, I guess.
So this is our complex of 4 towers that I'm working on. And then you can see the inside from here. She's freaking out. This is all she's seen. She's freaking out. So I have an entire cyberpunk city. This is just the phase 4 space elevator parts. And still a very much work in progress. Lots of roads down here. We're gonna make sky bridges between all 4 of them. I only have the first one in. But there's a lot more city over here. I'm a very talented builder, thank you. Road system. Until she sees the nitrogen. I'm not sure. But this is the city. Central storage, Nakatomi Plaza. We have factories to the left, factories to the right. Trucks are driving on these roads, delivering items back and forth between each building. This is my gas station, Nostromo fueling station. If we pull off out of the middle of the road here, we can. get a little bit better view. Again, Nakatomi Plaza, that's my Fixmas factory. And here's another complex of 4 towers. This is the Shard from London. This is a twisty building that exists. It's based on a building in Bahrain. This is the aluminum factory, and that's based on a factory a building in Moscow called the Mercury City Tower. And this is the John Hancock building in Chicago, and that's the computer factory. And again, we have the gas station right here, where trucks pick up what they need in terms of fuel. So over here is the power plant. And the power plant is a big L-shaped tower. We can drive under it. All of these little cubby holes are truck stations for trucks to pick up and drop off items. This power plant also provides a crap ton of plastic and rubber. Put attention to detail. Yeah, I think most places have pretty good detail in it. There's still some areas that, haven't got the attention yet that they deserve. And then, this is a fully working factory. It is oftentimes working at 100%. Every once in a while, some red lights creep in for a little while. Most of the time, it's banging away at 100%. 2 floors of that. Again, this is rocket fuel. This is handling all the power that we need. And then this one here is plastic and rubber. As you can see, lots of plastic, lots of rubber being made here. So that's the power plant. Mosul, greetings from the Netherlands, Ken. Sick builds, great music. I appreciate how you explain things as you go. Learning a lot. Thanks, doing my part by liking all your vids and shorts. Well, I appreciate that. I do. It makes a difference. And a person may think, oh, I'm only one person, but it really matters. There's a reason that all these guys say like and subscribe. The subscribe actually matters the least. Liking the videos and watching them all the way through, that is what's really helpful. So this is the central storage. We've got one last thing to show you. If you're impressed with the attention to detail. So I am building a cyberpunk city, and I feel like it wouldn't be a true homage to Cyberpunk if we didn't include a reference to the original Cyberpunk movie, the grandfather of Cyberpunk. Which I consider to be Blade Runner. This is the Tyrell Corporation pyramid from Blade Runner. There are many signs. All of those lights are tiny signs. Will I ever automate Nuke Nobelisk? I don't know. Probably not. And this is a working building, by the way. It's my train hub. So a lot of items per minute come flowing in here and get rearranged, stacked the way I need them to be, in trains the way I need them to be, and then get sent up into the city, which is right there. Wow, I don't have adequate words. Yeah, I get that a lot. The thing is that like when it's all put together, it's kind of interesting, right? Because I've had plans to do this for a while, and you know, talk is cheap. And so when I would say, even if somebody would believe me, when I say I was gonna build it, like, okay, fine, but like I have to like do it, you know? It's kind of like the same thing I'm having with it's actually extremely similar to the one of the next games I'm playing, which is Ashes of Creation. Instead of building a giant city, I have to build a guild, right? And I could kind of stand there and say, oh guys, I have these plans and I'm sure that I can build this, right? But like until I build it, people are just kind of like, yeah, whatever, right? And then slowly one day you realize that this is basically built. I'm done. I mean, we're gonna finish some things off, and we've got a big old tower to finish for phase 5, but like it just kind of slowly happens. Yeah, Frito, it doesn't happen overnight, right? And the same thing is going to be with building the guild. So the lag from all the signs, no, that was an autosave, Surplus. That wasn't lag, that was an autosave. That freeze, it was an autosave, but I had the UI turned off, so we couldn't see it. It was just happened to be at the same time. But no, that was definitely an autosave. Oh, you're looking forward to Ashes of Creation? Yeah, well, I'm playing that. I'm live streaming tomorrow. There's end of phase 2, like an event. I'm gonna be streaming that tomorrow on YouTube and Twitch. And I'm playing phase 3 next week. So I've been playing a little bit of phase 2. I've been mostly focusing on getting the Satisfactory playthrough as far as I can. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Yeah, we've been playing. We're gonna have a guild. I like PvP. I've played way more MMOs than factory games, let me tell you that. So and I've led guilds, some successful, some not so successful, but we've got some good officers. I've already got some good officers in place, and I'm looking for more. But we're gonna and we're so early with Ashes, right? Like 2 years until the game comes out. So early. Big WoW player. I didn't do a lot of WoW. I did some. I did my time. I did a lot of Guild Wars 2, but mostly the World v World, right? It's the big open world PvP, right? I did a lot of that. Star Wars Galaxies was my first MMO and still in some ways my favorite. The sandbox. I also liked a lot of the aspects of Arcade, right? The crate system, the piracy, but I obviously hated the pay to win in Arcade. And I think Ashes has some of my 3 favorite MMOs combined together with no pay to win. And so that's why I'm looking forward to it so much. Large scale PvP, a crate system that encourages sort of sandboxy type of play. And then Star Wars Galaxy is just in general, a very sandbox type of game. So all those reasons why I'm looking forward to it, and I don't know if he can do it. I hope so, and I'm gonna enjoy the ride, you know. So there you go. That was a quick tour, and we're back at it. But yeah, we're definitely looking to expand the guild. If you want to come out, hang out of the Discord, you can give yourself the Ashes of Creation tag. And I mean, we're going to be playing Tuesday. I'm taking the week off. I'm taking next week off because that's phase 3 of alpha starts next Tuesday, the 26th. Here, let me get my schedule up. Yeah, 26th. So we are here, this stream right there. We got about an hour left, actually. We're about done. We're not done yet, but we're getting close. We're at 4 hours, and I'm really trying to hold these at 4 hours, but I want to do a few more of those. Maybe we can do, I don't know if we can do all the catwalks. We kind of traded the catwalks for a tour, but I'm glad we did. I'm glad we did. I was glad we were able to show you the tour. But basically, we're here tonight, and we're almost done with this stream. Tomorrow's Ashes. A's are Ashes, S's are Satisfactory, Asses are me. But tomorrow is a special stream. I usually stream 9 p.m. PST because I'm California time. I stream at 9 p.m. every night that I am streaming. I don't stream every night, but when I stream, it's 9 p.m. Except for tomorrow because there's a special event, right? It's the closure of phase 1. So I'm going to be streaming that. I have no idea what it's going to be like. I don't even have max level in alpha right now. So if I may just be dying a lot, but it'll be fun. So we're going to do that tomorrow in the middle of the day. I'm taking half a day off, and then I'm taking the entire week off here for major Ashes action because the 26th is the start of phase 3. And so we're going to be really ramping up recruiting and trying to build out the guild happening there. So it should be fun. And then after that, these green S's, those are the only days I'm going to be playing Satisfactory is Saturday nights until the playthrough is done. So, and then we'll be playing Ashes for sure these nights, of course. And then, you know, I might actually jump in and be playing, maybe not live streaming, but playing, or maybe even just live streaming and just being like, hey, I got 3 hours. We're just going to live stream. I might be doing that. I don't know. We'll see. But that's the plan. And tomorrow should be fun. It's a middle of the day stream for me. So how many more catwalks? Kind of have. Uh-oh. I hit my macro. We've kind of run out of time. But at least, you know, I made it the full 4 hours tonight and didn't fall asleep in the middle of the stream, basically, like last night. All right, let's get these lights in. right, and then pop these over. Rid of those. Alrighty. Nice. Well, I'm sorry I joined in only for the tail end of your stream, but I'll try to catch some of your AOC content. Yeah, definitely. Satisfactory and Ashes of Creation for now. I plan on doing more, a lot more automation games as well. Kind of after this Satisfactory playthrough finishes, I am on the way. I am getting close to being finished. Right? So much sass. Yeah. You know, we have maybe 200 hours left, right? So, which is really not that much. I'll probably be done with Satisfactory by Christmas, I think. Maybe we'll see. But there's other games I want to play. Expedition 33, Schedule 1, Timberborn, Factorio again. I've already beaten it once. I want to beat it again. You know, and then obviously Ashes of Creation, but Ashes is in alpha, so there's not a huge rush on that. Where are we going to take our picture? I think I know. Maybe we can get a nice close-up. And let's get it at pure dark. I want to get like all elements of it in that I have, but it's really hard to get them all in one picture, you know? Alrighty. Ray says like, subscribe, and check out our Discord. Yes, definitely come join the Discord, especially if you want to have any information about what I'm doing with Ashes. Just give yourself the Ashes tag. And then if you know, are in the game and if you want to get in the guild, and this goes for anybody, there's a separate guild section in that same Discord. It's just kind of hidden and walled off unless you're a guild member. So we did some crazy stuff today. I rescued my 34 Mercer spheres. We didn't get a ton of building done, but you know, I mean, you know, we're hanging out. And we did like 2 separate tours. We answered a bunch of questions. So hopefully that was helpful to people. But 4 hours is what our new goals are going to be, Tuesdays and Wednesday nights. That was VOD 123. Okay, guys, 330 viewers on YouTube. I hate to let you all go, and I know most of you are asleep. Okay, and so when you wake up, you're gonna feel this overwhelming urge to go subscribe to Construction and to become a member of his channel, member of his YouTube channel. Okay. YouTube sends me people that fall asleep and to the autoplay content. Twitch, we have 30 viewers. We're gonna raid. I always raid into the same game, and so we're gonna look for anybody who I have. Let's see, is there anybody dreaming of kin? Well, you know, there's worse things. There's worse things. Let's see if we can find somebody to raid here. It's going to be somebody new. I should frost my hair? Yeah, right, bro. Let's make sure this guy has a good mic. Yep, sounds great. At least it doesn't sound bad. All right, new guy. Rating a new guy. All right, guys. I really appreciate it. It was a good stream. A lot better than last night. Things got a little wild and crazy. But we also got some construction done. So we'll meet back here on Friday night, actually, because we won't have Ashes. Tomorrow is Ashes during the day. That means we're getting a Friday night and Saturday night playing Satisfactory. All right, guys, really appreciate it. And I am out of here. And we'll see you guys in the next stream. Bye.